Wow, that was fast today. Or am I just slow? It felt fast. Today is gonna be probably a little short again. I'm probably gonna want to sleep a little bit before I go out and do like a bunch of calls to try to get stuff in order. Okay. We can do this. I wonder how much further I need to go. And there it is. Excuse me. I'm tired again today. I slept most of the day. Because I've been really tired and sleepy lately. I think my mind and my body are like, nope. Too much stress. We're not continuing this. If you know you can do this. There's a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
これから哲学者議会の話を聞くことになるが、場合によっては彼らにさらなる提案をしてみたいと思う。次の一手につなげるようなね。
We are here to listen and to learn, but if the foreign plan are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
それを私に任せてもらえるだろうか。
By your leave, of course.
いいんじゃない。もともとアルフィノが起点を聞かせてこの機会を勝ち取ったんだしね。
I just say supportive little sister. Oh, they're twins.
アルフィノ君が考えを巡らせられるよう、質疑はひとまず私の方で受け持つわ。
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous ways to advance your proposal without distraction.
ありがとう。
ああ、皆の者、静粛に。ただいまより臨時会を開催する。今日は知っての通り、暁の決命からの要請に応え、我らが大撤収の計画を明かすこととなっている。
The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the science of the Seven Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus.
早速だが入ってきてくれ。
You may enter. There's so many of us though. Gramps. Fino is
先ん
irresolute.
じて君たちに感謝を伝えたい。マグナ・グラキエスにてラザハンの民と我々の同胞を異形の獣から守ってくれたことについてだ。
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic action on Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your services, your service to us and the people of Radzahan.
今しがたラザハンの大使にも報告をし、君たちに深く感謝を表するとの伝言を預かった。
The satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well.
我々哲学者議会としても本件を真摯に受け止め、この場を用意させてもらった次第だ。君たちの質問にできる限り答えよう。
As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
ではまず前提を確認させてください。
And let ooh, my voice cracked. Then let us begin.
哲学者議会の目的は終末によって滅びゆくこの星を脱し、人々と知識を月へと運ぶことで間違いありませんか？
First, it is the forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of the star to the moon. Am I correct?
そういない。死の都シャーレアンは長年そのために活動をしてきたのだ。
You are. It is for this purpose that Charlian has labored many long years.
世界中から集め、ラビリンソスや大書院に蓄積した知識。まずはそれを運び出す。
We have collected biological samples of scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved to from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety.
並行して、シャーレアンの民をいくつかの組に分け、月へと順次移送。住環境の確認と整備を開始する計画だ。
Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Charlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrival are to ensure hospitable environments for those who come after.
それらが落ち着き次第、我が国と協力関係にある国家から順に月へ案内していくという手はずになっている。
Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies.
ラザハンはその最優先候補だった。だが
Radza.
想定より早く週末の現象に見舞われたため、どうにか前倒して移送できないかと試みたのだ。
So they're choosing the order of people saving the people they're saving. It feels a bit sketchy. Radzahan was foremost among them. But since the final days have already come to Tafnir, we saw fit to include the refugees in earlier groupings.
なるほど。壮大な計画ね。この星のすべての民を運べる算段が立っているのかしら。
An ambitious plan? You have accounted for the safety of all the nations and tribes, then?
可能な範囲でだ。
As many as we can.
そしてその線引きは哲学者議会がすると。
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
別の星への移住は史上類を見ないほど達成困難な任務だ。志の異なるものを取り入れようとすれば、そこから腐って全滅しかねない。
I don't like this. I don't like that they're picking and choosing. To journey beyond this sky is an unprecedented and unmeasurable difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death. Alice is angry.
その是非は一旦置いておきましょう。
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside,
次に伺いたいのは計画が順調に進んでいるかどうかです。聞いたところによると肝心の月への移送手段がまだ完成しきっていないとか。
are your plans proceeding apace? We've under the impression that your primary means of celestial transport is incomplete.
要求する水準に至っていないという意味では確かに未完成だ。
If only that it does not meet our optimal parameters, then that is correct.
かねてより製造を進めてきた月へ向かう船、通称箱舟は一応の完成を見ている。
This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today.
想定外だったのは週末の広がりがあまりに早いことだ。
However, the final days of progress more quickly than we anticipated.
現状の箱舟の動力機関では航行速度が遅く、何より都度の補給にかかる時間が長すぎる。
At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speed sufficient to meet our evacuation targets.
見切り発車で移送を始めたところで往復数を稼げないうちに終末が拡大。膨大な数の知識と命を見捨てざるを得ないだろう。
Should we put the vessel into service as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost. Maybe put the lives before the knowledge. Just saying. I know knowledge is important, but 7 hells, is there anything to be done?
生涯での推進力を生み出すエーテル縮体炉、その改良ができないか今も試行錯誤は続いている。
The afterburner, the primary mean of propulsion once a craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient.
同時に第一陣の2の積み込みも始めてはいるが、限界まで調整をするつもりだ。
The cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the exodus. We are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before lunch, should it prove necessary.
では、私たちと取引をするのはいかがでしょう。
What if the Sions were to solve your problems?
暁の決命はエーテル縮体炉の改良に協力します。結果、それが必要な性能を上回るものになった場合、2つの報酬をいただけないでしょうか。
We shall help devise a mean to improve the afterburner's efficiency on 2 conditions.
1つ目はハイデリンと合わせてもらうこと。
If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Idolin.
あなたたちとハイデリンの関係を思えば、逆さの塔を放置しているのは奇妙だわ。
It was simple enough to deduce. You have a concord, and so you would never have abandoned the end tower had you no other mean of communication.
あるんでしょ。かの塔に代わる。
One
より別の手段が。
far more convenient, I suspect.
そして2つ目が箱舟を 誰がどのように使うかを皆様に提案させていただきたいのです。
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your ark.
提案か命令ではなく。
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
ここにいるたった99人さえ納得させられない提案なら、この窮地に貫くべきではありません。
Of course, if we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all people of this star? Gramps.
いや、面白い。
He said interesting. I love Gramps. He's so
その道
funny.
の専門家たちが頭を抱えている難問に行きずりの者たちが挑むときた。なんと無茶で無謀なことよ。
We couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware of until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes well, or it writes itself. I like him though. He's funny.
じゃが、行き詰まった研究に必要なのは嫌というほど見返した理論よりちょっとしたひらめき、新しい風じゃろうて。
Yet, what failed has not benefited from a change in perspective. When we are at wit's end, and we need it, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseum, but fresh inspiration. See, I like him.
わしはかつての教え子たちにかける。彼らとの取引に賛成じゃ。
I, for one, have faith in the... What is this word? Erstwhile student to provide it. And I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable. He's always on her side. I like him.
ああ、静粛に静粛に。今は1秒すら惜しい。早速決を取るとしよう。
Order, order. We have no time to waste on debate. I'll call a vote.
では、暁の決命との取引に賛成の者は挙手を。
All in favor of agreeing to the Sion's terms. That's most of them.
賛成71、反対28。決まったな。彼らの申し出を受け入れよう。
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
古主主、計画の責任者たる君が彼らを案内するように。個人としては異論もあろうが、議会の決定としてしかと遂行していただきたい。
Bourchonneau, as the architect on this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that, regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the forum.
承知いたしました。
Very well.
では、こたびの臨時会は終了とする。終わりの時まで時間がない。各自、己の責務をしっかりと果たすように。
I call this session to a close. Return to your task with urgency. The final days wait for none. Excuse me. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a mean of communicating with Eidolon and reaching Mitteon, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circles of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an afterburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I shall take you to see the afterburner. Meet me outside the Archaeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthus. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Can we not exit like through the back door instead of going around the whole place? I mean, we could just teleport. Oh, I fell off. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archaeon lift. Step inside and have Opheline take you to the medial circuit. Phew. Opheline, rather. Opheline. You wish to use the lift, yes? Yes. Scratch, scratch. I have sent an associate ahead to Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of Marialia Ergonomics. Actually, there is something I have been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Does it concern his children? Huh? I still want him like to start like watching his children like with not as babies but as like growing adults and really smart adults and that, because these kids are getting so smart. And so grown up and mature. They deserve to be seen in a good, like, a good way by their dad and stuff, you know? I don't have a dad, so I kind of want them to have like a good relationship with their dad. Oh, look at these things. They have little eyes. Oops. They have like... Look at... What are these things? They look like piles of leaves, but with eyes and... like, eyes and mouth. They look like jellies, but they're not really jellies, are they? Was that a mammoth? We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Sorry, I'm gonna take some medicine because my head feels a little bit... Sorry for all the noise. My head feels a little bit like compressed. I haven't been feeling this very well lately. It's really just stress causing it, but water is drawn from the undergrounds and dispersed as vapors, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. Manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Thank you, Draka. Hold on. How do you know so much about it? I hope you're doing well. I don't want to force you to talk if you don't feel like talking. Why, father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world. To grow inured to the wondrous. But I've been gaining an understanding of the complex mechanism employed by the Loporites in recreating a similar environment. I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitation built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. Oh my goodness, I can't read. Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the great exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporites have endeavored to make the moon habitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must leave to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is where the most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out, the construction of the ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restriction, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. The kids want to make their daddy proud. Oh, come on, Dad. Like, he's proud of them. He's so proud of them, but he doesn't want to show it because he's so stoic. Stop it. Stop it. Show it. Show them you're how proud you are. You stubborn man. Then let us proceed. Like, if I had kids, I'd like to be able to show them, like, how proud I am of them. Like, when you do good stuff, you know? Oh, my shoulder. Feeling so bad. The... Ooh! Sorry. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here, overseeing the work of Kokol Dankol. What name is that? After the four just named. Sorry. Like, I've had like a lot of like stressful stuff lately, so now it's like my body's like nope. So I'm starting to have tics. Whoa! What did they build? And that's a fate. I don't know what that is. It's nothing, I guess. I'm not going the right way at all, but I guess since I'm here, let's attune to the crystal before I go the other way. Attune. We're gonna get back to Chrono Cross soon. I've just been obsessed with the storyline, trying to figure out figure the storyline out. I'm obsessed. Why can't I go for? Okay, there we go. Like, I hear an ether current, but when we're close to this... Oh, there is an ether current. The horses move so much better than the bird. The birds feel slow. They look a lot prettier when they fly than when they walk. Look at this. Walk, walk. Is there the one here? Probably not, but I'm gonna check anyway. Whee! Am I hearing current? Or is it the walls that are doing that noise? I can tell. He's good at deep voice, that one.
どうにかしろでどうにかできたら今頃人は宇宙の果てにだってひとっ飛びだったろよ。
Language, good sir.
取り込み中すまない。ククロウダンクロ殿。
古島の旦那なんだよ大勢揃っていよいよ納期だった
いや予定については変わりないあまり時間が残されていないという点でもな
It makes me laugh so much, like when the little guys like this, the little fellas have like really deep voices. It cracks me up because it doesn't fit with their little faces. The schedule remains unchanged, but for better or worse.
今回は哲学者議会の意向でエーテル宿体炉の改良に協力したいという者たちを連れてきた
Which is why the forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
ほう界隈で見た覚えのねえ顔だな
Hello, Biggie Sweat. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Aw, I've not seen you lot down here before.
実際賢人も混じってはいるがこの分野の専門ではない何かの突破口になればとのことだが仕事の邪魔になるくらいなら追い出してもいい
Your mode is mesmerizing. Woo. I can't. My head doesn't work this way. Getting myself dizzy. Please don't clip this. My goodness. There are icons among their numbers, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the firm concedes this impossibility that they may have insight to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface by whatever means you see fit.
そうならないように最善を尽くしましょう早速ですがエーテル宿体炉について伺っても
I assure you that it won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
ああ構わねえぜ息抜きがてらにな
Reeve. Sorry. It's late. My brain has gone somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe it's, you know, I left it in my bed. I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace.
箱舟に搭載される動力機関エーテルを宇宙航行のための推進力に変えるのが 俺たちの作ってるエーテル縮体炉だ。
As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
地上に比べて生涯はエーテルが乏しい。それでもしっかり箱舟を動かし、月と行き来させられる優れものだ。
Even out in that black void where the ether right parts, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. Probably!
が、まだ性能が足りねえときた。
But it ain't perfect.
計算上、あと 6% ほどエーテル伝導率を上げられりゃ、哲学者議会に要求されてるだけ往復時間を短縮できる。
I'm a little bit scared now. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the form's liking, the conversion rates need to be 6% more efficient.
たかが 6%、されど 6% だ。最高の素材と最良の設計で縮体炉の製造に当たってる以上、そう簡単に数字は上がらねえんだよ。
A measly 6%, you say, but I could have squeezed even another 6.6 out of it. Don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
レポリットたちにはもう相談したのですか？
Hast thou consulted with the Lopards?
ああ、彼らの技師も検討をしてくれているが、すぐには解決策が出せそうもないようだ。
Yes, they too are conducting their own research for lack of a ready
レ
answer.
ポリットの船である月は高性能の動力機関を有している。しかしそれは広大な月内部を使えるからこそのとてつもなく大きなものだという。
The moon's propulsion systems are considerable naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. Why do they speak with such difficult words?
彼らに言わせれば、小さなおもちゃの箱舟にその技術を転用するのは難しい。
It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say. And as I most certainly do not.
ああ、もうどうしろってんだ。そういう無茶を言うときは、せめてエクスアダマントを手土産にしてほしいぜ。
Yes, exactly. Damn it all. I ask for refinement to adamantites, and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable and ancient, incompatible technology. You trying to drive me mad?
エクスアダマントってアラグのか？
Do you speak of elegant, refined adamantite, perchance?
あなた何か知っているの？
You know of?
あいや、詳細までは。アラグ帝国で生み出された金属なんだが、製造法が門外不出で、久れし金属なんて呼ばれてたらしい。
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of elegant make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded.
かの帝国においては、ダラガブの製造に用いられたり、宇宙進出の要を担ったって記録で見たことがある。
As I recall, the records state it was vital to Dalamad's construction and launch.
そう、そいつだ。そのエクスアダマントだよ。現代においては完全に失われた未知の冶金技術で作られた素材なんだ。
Aye, that's the stuff. The material were more conductive, far as I know. Slit in some ins like blowing up a dam and watching that river of ether come rushing through.
エーテル伝導率がものすごくてな。今のエーテル縮体炉にも少量だが使ってるんだ。
Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though.
ほら、第7零祭の折にダラガブが飛び散っただろ。たまたま北洋にポチャンとした破片を引き上げて、そこから取り出したってわけよ。
We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the afterburner. Just a wee bit, mind. From a chunk of Delamid that came hustling into the northern empty during the calamity.
あのエクスアダマントがたくさん手に入りゃ、伝導率の6%向上も夢じゃないんだがな。
With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
ダラガブの破片なら他にもエオルゼや各地に刺さってると思うけど、そこからは回収しないの？
Surely the many shards of Delamid scattered throughout the area would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
グリーナーに依頼は出してある。だが、エクスアダマントが使われているのはダラガブの中でもごく一部。
Oh, we tried, believe you me, but only a few specialized pieces would have any in them the meaning to begin with.
トゲのように突き立った巨大装置、いわゆるラグナロク級高速艦の動力部なんだよ。
Drive cores from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
調査によると、そこへたどり着くには数々の防衛機構ひしめくダラガブ編の内部を踏破しなきゃならんそうだ。
But according to the gleaners, getting to him means delving deep into the shards, and the defenses are still very operational and very eager to blow him up.
凄腕のグリーナーをかき集めたってそうそうできる芸当じゃねえ。
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
ってそれ、バハムートを消滅させるために私たちが行ったあたりよね。
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
確かに、あなたの実力なら申し分ないと思うけれど。
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
高速艦を伴ったダラガブの破片はエオルゼアだけでも複数確認されている。
There are multiple internment hulks in Arizona alone, so ending this herself may not be the most efficient option.
できるだけ多くのエクスアダマントを回収したいとなれば、私たちで手分けするよりもむしろ。
Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously.
サンクレット、君はガレマルドで偵察任務をするにあたって派遣団の代表たちとつながるリンクパールを渡されていたね。それはまだ通じるかい？
Tancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
ああ、現役だ。好きに使ってやってくれ。
Of course, the floor is yours.
何をするつもりだ？
What's all this?
皆で薪を集めるのです。
Gathering
火を
firewood.
しのぐ焚き火を、暗闇を照らす灯火をつけるために。
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish this, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavenwards.
こちらアルフィノ、聞こえるだろうか。暁の決命から皆に頼みたいことがあるんだ。
This is Alfino. Is he in need of you? How many people is he going to gather?
一切承知した。
Likia?
すぐにアイメリク様に連絡を取り、クルザスのダラガブ編に回収部隊を向かわせる。
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
グリダニアも了解だよ。対策に追われてる姉様たちに代わって。 国営の森の分は僕が行く。
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
高速艦の他にエクサアダマントが回収できるあてはないのかしら。
Are you aware of any other sources of a refined adamantite?
わざわざエクスアダマントを使っているような品は尋常じゃない量のエーテルを通したり蓄えたりする必要があるものだ。
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amount of ether.
現代にまで残っていれば特に強力な魔器として専門家や構図家のもとに流れている可能性が高い。
Any extant instrumentation or device would have likely found their way into the hands of aetherologists or enthusiasts.
強力なアラグの魔器ですね。東方連合に持ちかけて探してみます。
Magical artifacts of elegant design, the Eastern Alliance will send words to one and all.
他にも何か協力できることはありませんか？こちらにはダラガ部編がないので、人手にはまだ余裕があります。
Are there any other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the lesser moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
ククロ殿、オサード小大陸の方で何かできることはないでしょうか？
Is there anything in Uthard that might be of use to you?
東方諸国が協力してくれるってのか？
Uthard, you say? You've got friends in far places, lad.
だったらあれだ、ほれ、神器って呼ばれる最後を貸してもらいて。
Anyway, if you're referring, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
神器は時に万神を権限させられるほどのエーテルを溜め込めるようになってんだ。宿退路と一緒に組み込みゃ大きな力を扱いやすくなる。
Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner. In 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
聞こえていただろうか？神器の確保も合わせて頼みたいんだ。
I gather you heard this is explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
了解です。週末の最悪だなんてどうしようかと思いましたが、何かやれることがあって少しほっとしました。
It shall be done. I know a little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship.
機械のことはよくわかりませんが、完全な形で仕上げられるよう私たちも頑張ります。
I'm glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disaster aforetold. Serena.
そんじゃま、ちゃちゃっと言ってくら。他の上だろうが構わねえ。景気よく略奪してくるからよ。
Then why are we all standing around yapping? There's plunder to the talking, and I am born plunderer.
届け先はオールドシャリアンでいいんだな。首を洗って待ってやがれ。
Oh my goodness. I'll be an old Charlie, and before you know it, start missing the grog.
そうするよ。みんなありがとう。くれぐれも気をつけて頼む。
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
やったわね。
She's like, way to go.
エクスアダマントはきっとここに届く。私たちはそれを信じ、さらに先を見据えて準備を進めていこう。
Let's keep looking forward and move forward. Surely you can see your son's leadership. You can see his leadership abilities and how much, like, how many friends he's made around the world, like, helping people. I'll never stop until it says something about it. Never, never. It's time like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alfino has become. You'd have thought you could have achieved so much with a single link conversation. As we're expected rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. I just say is a soldier. Alfino is a diplomat. Yep. Actually, I'm not sure about the soldier per se. I would say, like, of course, they both have a huge heart. But I find like Alice's heart is like in such a good place. I love it. That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matter here in your capable hands. Best of luck. And hi Nato, how are you? How are you in socks today? Yes, she is. She's hot-headed. Well, Alfino thinks before he hacks. They're the opposite of each other. Tired, but good. Socks was good.
改めて事情は分かった。ダラガブ編からのエクスアダマントの回収、そして強力なアラグの魔器の収集じゃな。
Knowing Nanamo, she would be heartbroken about having to like flee the planet, but then again, she would do it for her people. Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of elegant make.
よし、すぐに不滅隊の精鋭を揃え、突入部隊を編成せよ。銀中団や同人団からも腕利きを募れ。
Aw, poor baby. Summon the best and the brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan's words and brass blades for support as you must.
パパシャンは各ギルドに通達を。アラグの防衛機構を制し、未知の素材を回収するにあたっては、彼らの協力が必要不可欠じゃ。
Papashan, send words to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisan if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials.
フィルガイス、サカツ州の中でもそなたを呼んだのは、鉄塔弾を動かす可能性を考えてのこと。
Fitty guys who have need of your stone torches.
不滅隊に協力し、突入部隊の補助やその間の各地の警備を受け持ってくれるな。
They are to assist the immortal flames scoring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
は、我が息子、鉄塔団団長、シュルンベルク直々にことに当たるといたしましょう。
As commander of the stone torches, my son Zemberg will personally see it done.
ピピン、突入部隊の長はそなたに任せる。集いし強者たちを率い、存分に来そうなを振るうがよい。
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way.
ロロリトよ、そなたはアラグの魔器の回収じゃ。市場に出回っているもの、鉱塚に買われたもの、そなたになら 心当たりもあろう。
Lord Lodorito, I pray you take charge of the search of Allegan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open and clandestine markets, or sleeping in collector's vault.
無論善意でなどとは言わぬ。取引方法はそなたに任せるゆえ、いつもの通り最後には損のないよう収めてみせよ。
Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
世界を脅かさんとしておる終末の最悪。それが報告通りのものならば、我らの力のみでは到底抗いえぬ。
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ilda's best effort may be for naught.
しかしわらわはエオルゼアの民は今や知っておろう。第7零歳からこちら抱えてきた傷や痛みと向き合ってやっと分かったのじゃ。
And yet, when Eorzin rose from the ashes and rebuilt our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth?
一人では立ち上がることさえできずとも、誰かとならば戦い抜けると。それを先陣を切って示してきた暁が共に立つ者を欲している。ならばウルダ派は果敢に応え、彼らと共にこの最悪に打ち勝とうではないか。各方直ちに取り掛かるがよい。第17代国王ナナモウルナモからの至上命令と心得よ。
I love Nanamo. I'm still waiting for them to release that hair to be bought. I'm gonna turn into an LFL if they do. Yeah, I love Nanamo. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud, we basically have a lot of cutscenes to view. Today's cutscene day. He looked like his sister for a second when we saw the back of his head. Thought I saw blonde and that is like reddish kind of color, hair color.
の数は揃ったけど、やっぱり偏りが出るか。治療にはこと書かなくても、防衛機構の破壊を担う者が少ない。
We fielded our good these soldiers, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magic will be of little help in destroying Medalamit's defenses.
グリダニアのあり方としては正しいんだけどね。長期戦になるかもしれないな。
Still, it has always been thus in Gridania. We must still ourselves for protracted engagement. The Alamigo people.
よければ私たちも連れて行ってくれない？
Lise. Why don't you let us go with you?
どうしてここに？
ギラバニアには高速管がついているような大きなダラガブ片が落ちてきてないんだ。
None of the shards in Garabania are big enough to hold an internment elk.
だからグリダニアの手伝いに。アラミゴから一番近いし、何より思いっきり暴れる前衛が必要なんじゃないかと思ってさ。
Isito, I'm good. How are you? We're continuing the story. We've got a lot of cutscene to watch. So we said to ourselves, why not let our our neighbors ahead. We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things. How are you doing?
見透かされてるのは尺だけど、その通り。よくわかったね。
Well, it pains me to admit it. You're right. Our deficiency is so plain to see. That's not really what he says, though, in Japanese. But it's kind of the same.
もうすごく昔のことみたいに感じちゃうけど、私、暁の一員としてこの国の調査を担当してたんだ。
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the shroud.
だから知ってるよ。
Movie time, yes.
国営の森のことも、グリダニアのみんなの戦い方だって。
Just finishing up leveling my Astro last healer. I need to get to 90. Cool. I have everything to 80, but I've never, like, I haven't played in a year, so none of my jobs are 90 yet.
遠慮なく力を借りさせてもらうよ。早速だけど、打ち合わせと行こう。
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces. Duh. That boy is growing a lot too. He's maturing a lot. He used to be so grumpy and like, no, no, no. We're not getting anybody in. No.
見ててね、パパリも。
Aww. What do you say? But yeah, like the brother, meanwhile in Cortis, the brother matured a lot too through the stories. Like in the beginning of White Mage Quest, he was so stubborn.
やっと見つけたぞ。兄貴、何してるんだよ。もうみんなとっくに集合して。
Secret is awesome, this expansion. Well, they all need to do some growing, huh? The dragon's roar? Funny they didn't warn me how long this cutscene would be before we started them. They did with everything else before. And they were shorter. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea. Are the dragons gonna be helping?
Toいう要請が東方連合とロリタ会長からありまして、海賊衆の皆さんなら仁義に心当たりがないかと思ってこちらに参ったのです。
No this. What's that accent? Where is that band from? Like this. And he gives me And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lorito himself, reaches out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Oh yeah, あれは
あれなんでハンコッ
そろば
クまでい
ん。
るの？でもちょうどいいや。実は頼みたいことがあってね。
I don't know. I love when they drag out Japanese words. It just sounds so good to me. You should hear Tataru, but we haven't heard her at all this expansion. I don't know why that is. Tataru's Japanese is so adorable. I love it. Apparently, oh yeah, I was looking at the thing, like, the new patch, they're gonna add, like, Tataru's quest. She's gonna go and others. What is she wanting to do next? I have no clue. I know, but she's so adorable. And I haven't read at all what it was saying, because I was too busy talking about Tataru's voice. But she has like that little like this kind of like way of speaking. I don't know how to describe it. Like childlike? I'm not sure if childlike is the right word. I'm not sure I can repair this yet. No, I can't. There's a junk weirdo. We're in a dress now. Grade 8. I'm not sure if I have the skill to repair. Do I have? Yes, I can. Yeah, maybe we can't go there. Let's not fall into the void. That's not a very good idea. What was that screech? Silken Grin. Nice name. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Monty mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet at the Aetherite once our work is done. It's been so long though since we heard Tataru talk. Like, all this expansion, I don't remember hearing her voice at all. All of Endwalker. Excuse me. Helping with the Ark? Even without the power Master Cockles managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end of it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. No help? Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? She spoke when she was wishing us a safe trip. It's been a while. Working on the afterburner, oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes and what have you. The farm's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fourcheneau and the others. I hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Did they even have time to sleep? Looks like there's a blue quest here. Where's the last person? I guess we're out of the circle now. Oh, there they are. Oh, hi, Frog. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's also a list of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and like whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like the three-headed rabbit that ran by. Yeah, that was them. That was indeed them. Or one of them. Was probably pudding away trying to find pudding. 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 Hey, living way. Fancy meeting you here. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creative magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though. We now find ourselves in sort of funny underground miniature version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready? I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon a ranger. And here goes off. Pudding away is the cutest. I know. Pudding. I want to taste pudding. Pudding. I guess we're showing rabbits the way. A tour of Labyrinthos. Giving the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and best ways burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the leopards acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Chilean celebrities. Or fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspective. Perhaps thou art better suited to lead this venture. I've never been here. Doop 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 doop. Just find the really tall man surrounded by little bunnies. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magic, it's positively stupendous. Perhaps we could direct our attention to its most important features. How is she doing this music? I'm concerned. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water, drawn up from below. It would appear that the concept you observe in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world somehow. Yeah, this time it didn't climb a tree, it climbed a tower. Great. The bunnies always make that sound. Is their team music, I guess. Is that water I hear from the inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs that and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they drop the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside too. That looks like the trees in Greatest Innsville. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. No, it makes sense. That's where they store the water. They've got a little tail. Fluffy tail. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower there, being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install it, even the harshest of our environment. For us slippery that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is the utmost importance for any fledgling settlements. We have read, however, that people of Itaris sometimes make their homes in arid desert and such. How are they able to survive? Well, they build near water. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from dying out completely, but it would appear that they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order. Once you've calculated the average rate of consumptions per individual, it may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhaps the Leopards will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid! We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlotte Armlet. I shall lead the way. You mean you will have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. Whoop, I clicked too fast. Were I not escorted here by burly custodian, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many hungry predators with the aforementioned big nasty teeth. Birds may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Oh no! Oh no! My name pulls upon D to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha. For my part, I shall act as escort for living way and cooking way, and trusting way and growing way to thy care. Oh my goodness. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some arid beastie. Come along, growing way. To the water extraction. What's it? What's it? What's it? What? Meow. Lots of reading, yes. I treat. To be fair, because I play a lot of RPGs, I do a lot of talking. I'm used to it because I've been a teacher for a long time, but you know. And when you're a teacher, you talk a lot. And as a streamer, you talk a lot. Okay. But yes, I'm trying to move away from teaching. The last job I had did not pan out, so I'm going to. I did apply to a what's the name of it? I applied to an office job. I'm hoping they'll like it's a company I worked with before, so I'm hoping they're gonna, you know, actually hire me, but or re-hire me, I guess. Aww, poor little one. I never thought I would say poor little one about a troll, but here we are. But yeah, I'm getting burnt out on teaching, so I'm trying to move to like office jobs. But yeah, there's this company I used to work with, and they have a new position open, so I'm trying to apply. I applied there. I refixed like all my I went back yesterday and like rewrote all of my cover letter to make sure it was like perfect. Thank you. I really like that company. Like they don't pay the best, but I really like the company in itself. Like they treat their employees really well. Is it me or that troll looks like a puppy? Just a really big puppy. Yeah, I'm hoping like since I'm still in contact with people from that company for jobs. So I'm hoping like she will talk to like I did write in the cover letter that I was like encouraged to apply from like somebody at the company who I know, like one of the managers that I'm still in contact with. So hopefully they'll ask her and she's gonna be, oh yeah, she works well. And that they'll give me, you know, an interview and stuff. Bye bye, Pegasus. The only thing on this server, I don't have an FC, so I never get the buffs. But yeah, I'm hoping. But yeah, like they wouldn't have emailed like during the weekend because usually that company is closed during the weekend. Which is another good thing. You work Monday to Friday, 10 to 7. Like no weekend, no like, and usually like they're really flexible on their hours. So you can say, oh, I'm not. Oh, sorry. Like you can say like, oh, I have to do something like that day. Can I take it off? And they usually say yes. Hopefully, I can get. Hopefully, I can get the job because like I really really like that company. believe both of the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Ergonomics. As I imagine seeing Wei and the other intends to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Well, it's part-time, so you don't get like insurance and stuff unless you're a manager. If you're a manager, then your hours are a little bit more strict. They are looking for a manager too, I think, but I'm not sure. But they're just like a really good company. Like last year, they helped me do my taxes. Like the lady called, like helped me call like places to get my taxes done properly, and like to get the papers from my old company who wasn't sending me anything. So she sent like a full email in Japanese for me, for them to like to help me do my taxes and everything. So they're a really good company. So I would rather get paid less and work for them as like who are a really good company than being paid more for like a company I don't really trust. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take a variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment, so many species doomed to extinction. I can read. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Oops. I smashed a button. Where to begin indeed. I guess it would be with grapes. Chocobo, you're in the way. Oh, I know these. I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour, the taste is much like a ripe Philip's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly giving me food for thoughts, though in a far less visceral manner than in my philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I like grapes from like back home, like from Europe and Canada and stuff. I don't really like Japanese grapes. I don't know what it is. They don't taste good. They taste weird. I don't know. Is it just me? I don't know. Like, the only grape juice that I really like here is like the Welch one because it's made with grapes from Europe, I guess. Oh, it's that mammoth jumping that I hear. That's the thing. I don't know if Japanese wine would be good because the grapes taste different. Like both kinds, like green grapes and purple grapes, they taste different here. I don't know what it is. Like grape juice in Japan for me tastes like medicine. Nato. What do you think of Japanese grapes? Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. What came first, the fruit or the color? I don't know. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult the ranger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now, I see why you are turned your nose up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are still in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrot, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. Pumpkins? That color, that texture, are these some sort of enormous round carrots? No. In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech, it's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. There are nothing more than What? These are nothing more than begotten failures masquerading as goody carrots. You don't need the outside, you eat the inside. Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it any awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plants mother can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? This is gonna be a lemon. Yeah! My tongue! Is this poison? No, they're just really sour. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something be so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ack! It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call it an end to the round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. I mean, lemons are sour. Finish, have you? I trust you won't. You found something to your liking. I am rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkins, though I learned the hard way that they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the savor. I still feel so violated. First time was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth. In more ways than one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemons? Have I not suffered enough? Please try it. Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to with a bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be considered is consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what idolence is in your kind. Mankind, little poets, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature and sentient life and the fate of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirement for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. this the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed for the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architect of their own demise. Their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemon, make lemon muffins. I'll be lurking for a bit while purring dinner. All this time of ingredients make me hungry. Thank you for the lurks, you too. I gotta make some lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. Have been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Icarus' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Have a good dinner, Zito! Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Ugh. Well, this has been oh, sorry. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Orianji and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Cooking Way doesn't cook though, she only grows carrots. Thanks for the lyric maker again, and the hugs. Oh good, wicked claws. Okay, we're back. That was most enlightening, especially the part up with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? So of course. Would that I had time to visit. The most I learned of the Icarus, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Eidolon's order to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. That's what we're trying to find. Don't worry. I trust the time at Muriel Agronomics did bear fruit. Rienji. Don't do that jokes. No. No puns. No puns allowed. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of education riches. No doubt our guest's relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to the Charlene hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every loophole there, should further question within my power to answer arise. What happened to Growing Way? Why just that little face? Yes, well, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environment data for Icarus at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. Our forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? Gasp! Gasp, I say! What a star is so wonderful! It comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy work are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How does thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there is no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked like to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? This is as good a place as any. Come. Duh. Hey, Dankred. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us of thy trouble. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I am an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Shallon's ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never been before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expense. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight. Or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought that the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and dost thou hold the power to allay its fears? Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well, maybe you could tell us. Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspect of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform a task, for one. I've devised a mean by which to employ gravity, a spatial-temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the stars? Aha, gravitation. Maybe it can be of help up after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see? The same rule apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties will find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Tancred's tale is true, still others would benefit from insight born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Laporites to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There are not we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. The little poses. Oh, glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Akiko, that has a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Please seek 3 out of distress and the apprehensive, and inform them that it will be at end. Oh goodness. Okay, so I look for people in need, and he's gonna send the reports to them. Choose who's best at that. Okay. it, the work goes no faster. Schedules are just such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, other bullocks the next. And yet, I've yet never felt this so alive. Is she okay? And this one is beyond help. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and surgeons, but to imagine every healed is an injury that one might face in the greatest expanse and beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effect that living out there indefinitely might have on our bodies. The crew of the moon? Why did I not think of that? That's one. You said to find 3, not 8. You. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? I'm sorry, what? Are you calling me an idiot? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have the spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. Well, I mean, I wouldn't put a report to help you. You're rude. You don't deserve cute help from the bunnies. 56 bunch of weeds on the ground. 56 bunches of weeds. We put out around. Are you okay? Heap, I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk and then I noticed these weeds and... Pleasant conversation partners, oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, oh goodness. Vice. That scared me. I was so busy reading. How are you? Goodness me, that sounds like much better way to relax. Yes, I think you need it. How are you, Vice? I'm looking for people to talk with the bunnies. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It would only make the work go that much slower. Okay, she's doing fine. I only found 2 though. I'm pretty sure Ranger said 3, but now they're asking me for 8. And 8 is a lot of people. Just leave me to my misery. The form can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? Just vegging. I'm still working on it. I'm still on the main story quest. Once we're finished, I'm probably gonna go back to Corona Cross for a while. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void and played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals do. Yeah, we're still working on the quest. It never ends. My face. What's wrong with my... Oh, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself. And when I know so little about the environment up there... Well, we do have buddies who know exactly what you need. Including the leopards in our discussion is a wonderful idea. Absolutely will, and thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clues as well. Okay then. Yeah, we're still chipping away at the main quest. Eventually we'll finish. Consult our lab collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the ether burner make our original estimate unfeasible, but there are simply too many valuables. Ouch. Variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Three more. How may I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. She's trying to make tea for everybody. That's a lot of tea. Is there anybody else up here? Yep. Blessed assistant, where are they gonna off to at the time leads? I can read. Or not. Beg pardons, but I have not the time for idle chit chat. I need to reconfirm that ether level are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. The Loporits are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in 2 weeks. Lazy sods. Well, I mean, I know it's the end of the world, but if people don't sleep, they usually don't work very well. Just saying. Alright, doesn't seem like there's anybody on this side. Are they in there? No. No, here? Yeah, there's so much stuff I want to do. I want to finish. Well, I'm outside of bounds now. I want to finish Chrono Cross because that's something we need to do. I don't want to leave it unfinished. And I want to finish this story. And I want to... There's so many games right now on Game Pass that I want to play before they go away. Too many games. And like, as of Friday, I don't have a job anymore, so I need to find a new job. And I have a lot of things to do this week. Yeah. Worries, worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. Well, this one does need help. We need to find 3 more, though. Or 2 more. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me if I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what, made by God knows who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Well, I'm sure they do. I hope they do. Oops. I have the hiccups now. Oh, excuse me. This one doesn't need help. Like, this wall sounds like the ether currents. So I always think there's a ether current, but it's just wall. Where's the last one? Where's the last person? I feel like I've been everywhere. Unless they're outside, but I doubt it. Oh. Hyperventilating. By the gods, my chest is tied. Am I dying? This is what dying feels like. Calm down. Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, very highly unlikely. Highly. Maria, how are you? That guy was having a little bit of a panic attack there. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm drifting away. I'm a little bit sleepy though. Behold! Through thine effort, word that spread throughout Labyrinthus. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, living wait altogether more elaborates as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skill, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matter require not thine attention, watch over them I guess we're watching over Rabbit. Hopefully you'll actually be able to sleep tonight. Well, I slept until like 10 p.m. But I kind of don't want to stay up all night. Because I have a lot to do, like, during the day. At least a lot of phone calls to do to try to settle, like, my schedule for this week. So I'm trying to get everything done, get my insurance covered, my insurance papers done. Then like going to the doctor, like, well, setting up my doctor appointment to get the papers I need for my job and my renewal for my medications, and trying to talk to a lawyer, and then going to my old job to give them my keys and my uniforms and stuff back, and get the papers I need for unemployment, and then going to unemployment until I get a job. And hopefully the job that I applied to is gonna email me back this week. I'm hoping for an interview. I'll hope. I don't like, because I really like that company. I really want to work with them again. Like I need a break. I spoke too much. Lively, isn't it? The town is a buzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon. Yeah, they're being really busy. You need your sleep. Yeah, I feel like I'm... We're talking about sleeping and we've got sleeping way here. But yeah, I need my sleep. I feel like I've been oversleeping though, like sleeping too much, because like I'm always tired. But I think it's my brain, like too much stress. So my brain is like, nope. So much to do, yeah. Sleeping way. I'm impressed. True to be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course. None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Lamentorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urienge. About the conversation we had. He told us all about Aetheris, answered every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look, every page filled to the margin with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting, but then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teaching, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering we've been missing. What would they say? What would they think if they could see Yuri and Jay now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised and impressed, no doubt. Oh, I know what he's talking about, and yeah, I think so
ルイ
too.
ゾワ様やミンフィリア、パパリも、それから
Muenburida.
いや、ここでいい相談役を紹介してもらえると聞いたんだ。私たちにも頼めるかな。
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who might bother with a few questions. I think you'd be the one.
ウィルフスンさん、ブローウィドさん。転移魔法の研究者として有名な夫妻だよ。ムーンブリダのご両親だ。
Oh, they're Burida's parents.
お久しぶりです。お二人ともこちらにいらしたのですか。
Aw. I'm so sad.
ああ、しばらく前に妻ともども引き抜かれてね。しかしまさかここで君と再会することになるとは。
Aw.
まったくだよ。あんたと来たらうちの子の訃報に手紙を添えてきたきり、何の連絡もよこしやしない。
Aww.
本当に心配かけて。
申し訳ございません。
Duh.
直接ご報告に伺うべきだと分かっていながら。
Now we know where Brita got it. She's just like her mom.
ムーンブリダのことを私は。
ルイゾワ様に置いていかれたと嘆いていた彼女にとって、君たち暁が呼んでくれたことがどれほどの喜びだったか。
Duh. Oh, goodness. I thought I was disillusioned after Masnadu saw left her behind. The days the Sion called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years.
あの頃成したこと、すべての決断は間違いなくあの子自身のものだったと思う。
She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise.
どうか君も
Ugh.
己を責めるのではなく、彼女を誇ってやってはくれないか。
Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
私たちに起こってることがあるとすれば、それはあんたと一緒に泣けなかったことだよ。
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Oops. Okay.
あんな震えたちの手紙だけよこして、私たちであんたの分まで泣く羽目になったじゃないか。
Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much as we did for her. Oh goodness.
本当に申し訳がございません。私は語れる言葉を持たなかった。
I can't.
込み上げる気持ちもよぎる思い出も一つ
として正しく言葉にできなかったのです。
I didn't know what to say, knew not how to express my feeling. That's so sad.
知識も読み解いてきた詩も無力でした。私はただ無力で。
Brita was one of my favorite characters in the story. The poem and platitudes of wiser men, missing on sadness and loss, studied and memorized and meaningless in the moment.
バカだね。誰だってそうさ。私たちだってあの子。この悲しみを語れはしないよ。
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. That's so sad.
だからちゃんと分かってた。分かってたんだよ。
君たちがまだ小さかった頃、遊ぶことより学ぶことを愛した君を冷やかした子がいたね。
Remember when you were young, all the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others.
その度にムーンブリダが飛んでいって喧嘩をした。私たちがいさめてもウリエンジェはいいやつなんだとむくれるばかりでね。
Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nicer to Uri and she'd shout and give them a walloping, no matter how many times we scolded her.
だったら相手を叩くんじゃなくて、あんたがウリエンジェと周りをつながないとって言ったら、そうかなんて腕組みしてうなってさ。
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the one to bridge between Ryuji and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arm crossed, brows furrowed in intense thoughts.
それからは前よりも強引にあんたを連れ出してみたり、考えてることがわかるようにって同じ本を読もうとしたり。
But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, prepare you with endless questions, read the same book you read, all to try and understand you that much better.
当時のあんたにとっちゃいい迷惑だったかもしれないけど、あの子なりにとても頑張っていたんだよ。
Well, I mean, they can't possibly hire one person for each character. So many voices, many people do many voices. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best intentions.
そして君は今こうして大勢の中にいる。それどころか絆を結ぶ手助けまでしているね。
Most voice actors are. They learn to change their voices. I try when I stream, but I can't do that many voices. And look at you at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd. Having brought these people together.
私たちはそのことがたまらなく嬉しいんだ。
You've no idea how proud we are.
ムーンブリダが信じた人は力いっぱい押した背中はその後もちゃんと歩き続けてくれていた。
To see the boy her daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone, grew into the man she always knew he could be.
うちの自慢の娘の笑顔を今日はとても近くに感じるよ。 ありがとうウリエンジェ。
That line. I can't read it. You can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Orienji, for being who you are. Ah.
はい、私も今やっと思い出せています。あの笑顔は眩しく、温かく、悲しいものではなかったことを。
Why, game? Why do you do that to me? Had over life, not sorrow, but hope and love. Oops. And now we're stuck with this in the scene. Damn it. This Manburida, she was important to him, wasn't she?
気になるか?
You could ask him in himself. That's not really what he said.
いいえ、私はただまだ知らないことが多いのだと思い直しただけですわ。
Oh no, but watching this exchange reminds me how much have yet to learn about your world and its people.
そうだな。生まれた時からここにいたって、知らないこと、わからないこと、足りないことだらけだ。
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn anything. Is that right? Yeah, he's not wrong.
だから、この星はまだ終わるには早すぎるんだよ。
That's why it's too soon for this to end. Full glad to see them too after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Ah, you know we're here for you. You silly goose. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to develop words. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out to the west gate. I could go myself, but people know whose help she's less like to scorn. Yep. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can't think of several other things I ought to be doing until later. Yeah. I'll go this way for a second. I'll go get the blue quests, even though I might not do them now, I'm at least gonna pick them up. But yeah, most voice actors are very talented. Like, not just Japanese voice actors, but most voice actors. They can all, but Japanese voice actors are something else, though, to be honest. Like, I follow one on TikTok, and she's quite something. I'll try to send you a video of her later. She makes videos, like, and she makes, like, oh, what was the question? I don't know. So yeah, that voice actor, she makes, like, a lot of different voices. Like, from, like, really high-pitched girly voices to really low male voices. Yo, kid, come back here. Why are you running away? You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not alright in Labyrinth House. Why didn't you tell me? Fine, I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you spend your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up. All because of my age. Got into a big fight with my father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke. That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although, I'm scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you could come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I got pocket money from my parents. I'll gladly take your money. Who in their right mind would say that to a child? Hey kid, I'll gladly take your money. Oops. I should be going the other way to find. Wait, what? I was trying to use the dynamis power. Okay, maybe not. Oh, where is he? Boing. Okay, let's go see Alice. And yeah, she would probably be mad if Thancred tried to help her. Alice is so stubborn. She's stubborn. She's like, I don't need help. I don't need help. I'm strong all on my own. I'll probably keep going just a little bit for today because yeah, I want to sleep and I want to wake up early enough to take out the trash. 'Cause my kitchen is full of junk and I can't cook right now. What are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimen and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alfino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. 3 minutes. Let's try not to grow anything. Toop 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 toop. Oops. all like in a bunch on the road. We're so much bigger than Elsie, and we take just one small box, while she's taking the big ones. Yeah, my gratitude. But how do you come to be involved in this? Then I suppose I have Tancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operation of sort. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. There's something in one of the boxes. Oh no, that's anything. That should be everything. How did you bring two huge boxes and you carried all of that at once? Are you trying to enjoy yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everything and not everyone as and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Tilbolden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistant at least, considering where we are. We might even learn something interesting. Alice is tiny and like she's like, okay, let's just like carry everything at once. Girl. Yeah, it's a never hand, is it? What can I do for you? We've bought symbols from Charlayan Amulet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Furtional's children, are you not? Not if you know I'm not at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hitter and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's knowledge, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray, spare the details. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am mean to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that in exchange for a sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happens to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about each of you take one? Wait, right there. Wait, did I touch this thing? I think I did, but just in case. Yeah, okay. Bleh. Oh, no. Helpful in his paperwork, I was beginning to worry he had misplayed his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you see and succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Well, they won't be too long. We return with not a scrap of paper remaining on our person, will note. How do you say? You put off my thanks and my apologies for sending you on errands far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggle out of your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough, Dad, thank you. It was compromising stories on our parents that we'd ask to hear, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Leveilleur named Gardner such respect in Charlene is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Ukreb's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Adrian, thank you. These words. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louiswad looked not to Uncraft's works, but his deed. He asserted, in defiance of his peer, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tide was a true mark of our founder's virtue. Thank you for the hydrate. I've been reading a lot. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the fall of civilization that led to him to conclude that the issue conflict at every turn that was to consign mankind to his doom. That sentence was difficult. There will ever be conflicts and calamities will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louiswa lived by that personal creed and used every mean at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Shalyan or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Furchano could not reconcile Louis's deed with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Furchano agonized over this contradiction so much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Good snow, Furchano was a cranky old goat. A cranky old goat. Oh goodness. So I'm sure you butt heads even often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thought every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was with a kind of dumbfounded grin at not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my words for it, it loves you to an embarrassing degree. Aww. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Only he decides that a given action is for the best. He will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit. When you're on the other end of it, I am sure you will agree. Aw, I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Tried not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places. Or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak later again. The cranky old goat. Ill, you three. Graha? Surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the fort already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands. And here you are. I could use at least one of you, and I won't object no two more. Unfortunately, Elsie and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. How about you? Can you spare the time? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Graha. Gloves. Space for gloves. I do like my current gloves though. They're like so sharp. To fabricate these spies, however, he needs the flame of Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire aspect ether in Labyrinthus is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require two people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. Okay then. This is like so much busy work. I'm a snowman now. We're a snowman. Do do do. Okay, here's Graha. I'm sorry if I'm not talking as much right now. I'm getting tired. I need to stop being tired all the time. Maybe like this week, once like everything is settled and like all my appointments are set in stone and stuff, I can do a longer stream. But yeah, I really hope like to get the job that I applied for. Hopefully they'll message me soon this week. I kind of would rather like finding a new job than having to go and apply for unemployment. Especially at like a, you know, office job for once. I wanted this job. Is it bad? Did everything go smoothly over there? Over here? Yeah, sure. It was easy. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to help us. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of a lag. Of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Elegant's effort to extend beyond the bound of this world. Delamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Van Daniel. Oh goodness. I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories from his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the ideal with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition toward which they are inclined. We know with relative certainty that it was a gross decadence and inexorable decline of Valak that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Gonde. Well, I mean, he's probably right, because our predecessor was, like, always in trouble. The Empire's people spoke lightly of that and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness of in their hearts. In facilitating Sunday's return, Ammon provided these languished souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Sunday been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Ammon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Ammon was appalled by those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the end of creation and beyond. The promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Coco is getting on? I'm getting a little bit sleepy. Oh. I thought I heard something. Okay. These walls sounds like current ether currents. It bugs me. Oh, there's one up here. Whee! Woo! I can feel those flames ablazing from here. glad you found someone capable, Graha. But there's not much left for you to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Oops. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do, only... I hate waiting! I want that adamantite and I want it now! We are very impatient, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. The setting's about unbearable. Pity the form frowns on recreational explosions. Recreational explosions. Well, you could set up fireworks. Well, so long as they can prove it was premeditated, yet you gone have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return to the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, intentionally or otherwise. Because we have an engineer who likes to blow stuff up. I'm certain that there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you and Charlie in Armlet and on. Oh, goodness. The main engineer really likes to blow things up. That's, a little bit frightening. Not gonna lie. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. I think it's almost time for me to sleep. I'll set that ticket.
Listen here, you little shit.
Johnny's not here until Tuesday, maybe. He's been working like 6 days a week right now, so he's not on much. I need to fix my avatar. Like when I do this, my face goes into my shirt. It should go in front, not the inside. The draw order is wrong. We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals, trivial task as there may be. Final Fantasy 14 where Johnny voices all the characters. I mean, we did play Final Fantasy 14 the other day. I got him to get the game. I'm not sure if you'd do all the voices though.
十分なんじゃない？ここに来て大きな仕事が残ってるようだったら、それはそれでまずそうだし。
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
いや、人の積み込みはともかく、箱舟そのものの準備は順調そうだったな。あとはエーテル宿退路さえどうにかなればって感じだ。
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
ああ、ここに集まってたのか。
I had a feeling we might find you here.
レポリットたちへの相談もひとまず落ち着きました。話を聞いて安堵した様子の方もいれば、最後まで調整を続けると息巻いている方も多いでしたよ。
Excuse me. But yeah, on Tuesday should be 7 days to die if we get everybody together again. It really depends if, like, Happy wakes up in time.
リビングウェイたちもそれぞれの研究者に付き添いたいと言ってくれました。今し
Oops.
さて、こうなるとエクスアダマントを待つばかりだが。
All that remains is wait for the refined adamantite.
アルフィノくん聞こえる？こちらクルルよ。お待ちかねの品が届いたわ。至急みんなと一緒に地上に上がって港へ来て。
Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
噂をすればだ。行ってみよ
う。Speak of the devil.
古篠様、お忙しいところ失礼します。緊急のご報告が。それがなんというか、失神の港が大変なことになっておりまして。
What now? A great commotion. What happened? Come on, game, load faster. My C drive, my like solid state drive is too small.
すみません、ちょっと通ります。これは。
Whoa. Wow.
だから困りますってば。許可もなくこんなに荷物を持ち込まれては。
すごい。まさかこれ全部？
なんじゃこりゃ。ここにいる全員、あの海賊船も飛空艇も荷物を届けに来た連中だってのか？
What is his manner of speaking cracks me up. Bleeding hellfire. They're bringing him by sea and by air, and these folks and these crates.
よう、待たせたな。依頼の品、きっちりお届けに上がったぜ。見た感じ、うちが一番大量だな。
Yo, we've got your delivery. And more on the way. Got your adamantite. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastard brought. And that's no lie.
そりゃグリダニアとウルダハの分も預かってるからだろ。威張るなよな。
Where did the drink go through? Oh goodness. Because you were changed with seeing the shipments from Gridania. And Elda here along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
ああ、負け惜しみか？つうかお前、本当にダラハブ編まで行ったのかよ。
Sounds like this story even sore loser. Oh my gosh. Oh, I can't. His way of speaking is so funny.
おお、入り口まで行ったぞ。あとはつてをたどって、こういうお宝探索の専門家、空賊たちに話を持って行ったりしたな。
Oh boy. These two are gonna go at it for a while, huh?
ま、適材適所だな。あんなやべえ場所にボンクラ貴族を連れてってもおもりしきれねえし。
Well then.
何をやるか負けるからやりません。
Jeez.
皆さんご無沙汰しております。
ハンコック殿、そろばんまでどうして？
いや何、東方連合が集めた神器やアラグの巻、その他もろもろ心づけを代表してお持ちしたのです。
Hankook. His way of speaking is so weird. No des.
おいらもおいらもハンコックから相談を受けた文鎮様が青コーラの神器を持って行ってやりなさいって言ってさ。
Donovan's voice is so weird too.
けどおいらだけで運ぶのが難しかったから海賊衆に手伝ってもらおうと思ったんだ。
It was too difficult to bring everything.
に会えたんだけどね。
It was too difficult to swim with everything, so I thought I'd ask for the Confederation for help, and that's where I met Hancock.
そういうのをもろもろ集めた結果、かなりの量になりまして、加えて一刻も早くとのことでしたので、知人の素晴らしい船に乗せていただいた次第です。劇団マジェスティックの皆さんがあなたによろしくと、光の戦士の冒険譚に再び劇場艇が出てくるとは光栄だと喜んでおられましたよ。
'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
しかし、それだけ多くの神器や巻を集めたとなると、多額の費用がかかったのではないだろうか。
That's all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
もしや後から請求されることを案じてますね。
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alfino.
しかしご心配なく、東アルデナード商会としましては、ロロリト会長の指示のもと、将来も見据えて悪くないようにやっておりますのでね。
Lord Lorito looks ever forward to profit of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability.
加えて、暁からはすでに資金提供を受けております。それを使って揃えてきた品々ですから、正真正銘皆さんの戦利品です。
This. And since the Sion funded the entire venture, not a guild needed to rendered up for in compensation. Everything is already yours.
すでに資金提供？それは。
That would be Tataru.
私をケチなだけの金庫番だとお思いでしたか？
There she is.
必要な時にはドドーンと投資する。そのために日頃の節制と内職があるのです。
Oh, Tataru. Oh my goodness. That voice. I miss that voice. Oh, Tataru. When it comes to capital investors, A sprinkling of gila here and there will not do. So need enough savings. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
それだけではありません。今回は超強力なパトロンが力添えをしてくださいました。
ました。Oh, you're so cute. I can't. Totare. We also had the benefit of generous patrons. Generous being rather an understatement.
暁の設立当初、まだ資金の乏しい冬の時代。そんな頃からこっそり支援してくださったこのお方。
ってお母様？
アメリアンス。
Mom was looking up for her children since the beginning.
けれど、あなたが頑張って用意してくれている箱舟にもうちの金庫を乗せたりはできないでしょ
？Oh, I love their mom. I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought of family's coffers. We were needlessly full.
だったら開けてしまってもいいかなって。使えるうちに使ってこそのお金だもの。
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny tiny toy boat now, can we? It would be a shame to leave all of that hard-earned wealth unspent. Oh my gosh. Oh
しかしこれだけの短時間によく連携が取れたな。派遣団に参加していた連中以外にも随分広まってるようだが。
Oh my gosh, that was the best thing ever. I can't, this is too much for me. Tataru and Mom's conspiring together is too much for me. Oh. Okay. Breathe.
そこはほら、私にもつてがあるって言ったでしょ。
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
エレンビル、あなたがクルルと組んでたの
Erenville, you were involved too.
オタクらとラビリンソスで別れた後、改めてこのお嬢ちゃんから手紙をもらったんだよ。
I received a letter from Kururu after we parted ways in Labyrinthos.
暁が何を目的としてるか、それから世界中を飛び回ってるグリーナーの足と連絡網をいざって時には貸してほしいってな。
She explained what the Seons were trying to accomplish and why you might soon require the service of the cleaners, spread across the world as we are.
俺らにシャーレンを裏切るつもりはない。これまで命じられてきた収集が月へ知識を運び出すためだったってのもまあいい。
Thank you for the success, but I pray you do not interpret this as betrayal of Charlotte, and I accept that the forum's aim is pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no heel for it.
だがな、俺らは自分で集めたからこそ知ってるんだ。この星にはまだまだ道がたくさんあるってことを。
Yet in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
だから終末と抗う道を探している暁に手を貸した。もっとも人使いの荒さにかけてはオタクらと同じくらいだったけどな。
That is why I chose to help the Sion, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusion that they would be less demanding taskmasters, though rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
てなわけでグリーナーズギルドシップが総力を挙げて連れてきたぜ。これが最後の助っ人たちだ。
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide. Sid!
よう、宇宙を行く船を作ってるんだって。これまで我が社を散々巻き込んできたんだ。そんな面白そうな案件にだけ。
Why didn't you mention it sooner?
シド、みんな。ガーロンドアイアンワークス参上だ。集まった素材を箱舟に組み込む役目、俺たちにも手伝わせてくれ。
私たちはクルルさんから要請を受けてモードナのダラガブ兵へ向かいました。
Cute. As you like as not suspect, we're also brought a dementite from Mordona's Delamit's shard. Sid and everybody!
貿易港を相手取るとなると、暁の残存メンバーだけでは厳しいものがある。
To be fair, Sid has always been the one like making airplanes and like being the engineer like that we knew. Why didn't we think of bringing him along? I admit that some consternation upon this. Oh, this music. I can't. I admit that some consternation upon first receiving Kureru's message. So few Sions remain at the rising stone now. Far too few for such an expedition.
そこへグリーナーの呼びかけによってイデルシャイアのトレジャーハンターたちが駆けつけてくれたのです。
However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcement. Ililshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
その一団の中には多くのゴブリン族の姿もありました。
And oh, how the Gubbifluck fought.
イデルシャイアを仕切るスローフィクス氏が以前ご息女のラウンドロックスが受けた恩に報いるとして一味を率いてきてくれたのです。
Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered is kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
アラグの貿易港対ゴブリン族の気候兵器、爆発やまぬあの熱い戦いを皆さんにもお見せしたかったくらいですよ。
The clash between their Mechana and the Elegant defenses was a sight to behold. A wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gubby booms. The gubby booms.
で、お前はどうした？分身とはいえ、週末の最中にお前が来たんだ。野暮用じゃなさそうだが。
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razahan not have more pressing concerns?
まずは君たちにお礼を。ガレマルドに向かった者たちを助けてくれたこと、心より感謝申し上げる。
We do, yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
島を離れる決断をしたとはいえ、彼らは大切なラザハンの民だ。救い出された者がいて、本当に良かった。
Though they chose to take their leave of Tavnir, those who saved in Garlemald remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words.
加えて、君たちは週末に抗うことを諦めていないという。ならば、この星の一員として協力をさせてもらいたい。
It is appropriate that I aid humankind, if in the doing we bring salvation to others in the star, we so much better.
以前、我が父の話をしたのを覚えているだろうか。フソ、ミドガルゾールムは星渡る竜だった。
You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgarsarmor, and his journey across the great expanse.
その鱗は生涯の薄いエーテルさえもよく捉え、長く遠くへと渡る力に変えたという。
As it traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere.
故に、君たちが星渡る船を作るというのなら、父の鱗を託してはどうかと考えた。そして、血族たちに、竜の方向で問うてみたのだ。
Thinking they might further your cause, I called out my kin for consent.
アジュダヤからはいつものことだが返事がなかった。
Asaya's answer was silent as ever.
ティアマットはよしと言った。フレースベルグも彼方からよしと返してくれた。
Tiamat and Resveld, however, responded favorably to the suggestion.
もって、父もひとときまどろみから浮き上がり、私に告げた。では、そうするがよいと。
My sire too stirred up from his slumber long enough to speak and say very well.
だから私は源流の鱗を持ってきた。君たちが望む結末へと踏み出す力として使ってほしい。
Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
竜の鱗を組み込むにあたっては、私たちがサポートをさせてもらうね。五根の霊輪を作った時の経験が活かせると思うんだ。
You'd be hard pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales, so I invited myself along. Midana.
なんてこったい。奇跡でも起きたったのか。
Booker me just is unbelievable. I've gone right back around to believing it again. His voice cracks me up. Like he's a tiny Lalafell, but he has like this really deep voice. I can't.
改めて見ないと正しいことは言えねえが、これだけの素材があれば 6% の壁なんざたやすく飛び越えられる。
We get a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no 10, no 14 bidding percent.
それどころか、もっと遠い星までだって行けちまいそうだ。できるぞ、最高のエーテル式退路が。
Is the Lalafell okay? He's terrifying. He's seriously terrifying. Thinking of how far we could go with what we could do with all that with that much power. What we could blow up. I have I'm a little bit worried that he keeps talking about blowing shit up. Um help.
他ならぬククロ氏がこう言っているのだ。
Could we not blow things up?
暁は取引の条件を満たしたと認めてやるべきではないかね。
If Cockle is truly duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Sion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
お父様。
お前たちがハイデリンに何を求めているのかはわからない。箱舟をどう使いたいと考えているのかもな。
Stop being such a... What? How did he call you? A grumpy old goat. I know not what you seek for of Idolin, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship.
いずれにせよ、この局面でそれらに関与することは人の存亡、星の命運を左右するに等しいだろう。
Yet this much is certain: to do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it.
多くの命を巻き込むことになる。しくじれば、史跡どころで住やしまい。
The lives of each and every creature in their magnitude and their fragility.
その責任を負う覚悟はあるのか。
Do you understand, and are you prepared?
はい。すべての出会いが私の語る世界に中身をくれました。その上で私は世界を救いたいのです。
We have seen and we have felt how many each life shapes this world, and so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden. Finally!
ならば私も共に背負おう。
Finally!
ことの責任を家族として分かち合わせてほしい。
My goodness, finally! Took you long enough.
お前たちが生まれた時、あの小さな手がこの指を握った時に、私は胸が詰まる思いだった。
Aww. That's so adorable, though. You grasped my finger with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst.
言い知れないほどの愛しさとまばゆい幸せ、それから怒りにも似た激しい決意がこみ上げてきたのだ。
Was love and happiness beyond expression, overwhelming, and a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage.
私はすでに哲学者議会の一員で終末の予言を知っていた。そんなものにお前たちの未来を奪われたくはなかった。
I had heard of the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures.
以来、私は月への脱出計画を推し進めてきた。 何を切り捨て、誰に疎まれても構わなかった。
The great Exodus
手
would
遅れになる
succeed.
方がよほど怖かったのだから。
Must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative.
唯一捨てられないものがあったとしたら、それは父、ルイゾワだ。
If anything gave me pause, 'twas my own father.
父はシャーレアンの使命に対し異なる考え方を持っていた。その考え方を、父自身も、私は大人になるにつれ愚かだと感じるようになっていた。
Father openly decreed Charlene's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older.
それでもどこかであの偉大な人ならば何か革新的なやり方でお前たちを救ってくれるのではと期待していたのだろう。
Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children.
だからお前たちが父と親しくすることをあえて止めはしなかったのだ。
And I have hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart.
しかし父は果てた。家族とは何ら関係のない陶器カルテノの地で。
No, that was his doing when he perished at Cardinal.
北洋へと飛来した高速艦を引き上げながら私は再び決意した。自分がお前たちを守らねば。そのために今度こそ障害となる全てを切り捨てようと。
As we pulled a twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference of my mission to protect you.
たとえそれがお前たち自身の意志であってもだ。
No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise.
お前たちからどれほど憎まれようが、とにかく計画を進め、最後には無理やりにでも連れて行けばいい。そう考えていた。
Detest me, fight me tooth and nail. I would suffer it and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship.
だが浅はかだったな。お前たちは私が思っているよりずっと多くのことを学び、自分たちの足で求める方へと歩き始めていたようだ。
Finally! Yes! I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream.
私ばかりが守らねばと思っていたが、お前たちはもう守りたいと願う側にいるのだな。
You have earned the right to walk your own path and already begun to do so.
ええ、そうよ。見つけたの。大切なもの、大切な人たち、たくさんのかけがえのないもの。
Good, because there are things we care about and people we love, and none of them is replaceable, not a one.
それを知るまでの道のりは平坦ではなかっただろうに。よくここまで歩いてきたものだ。
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
すべてが無事に終わったらきっとお話ししましょう。私たちが見て、聞いて、感じて、考えたことを。
You said it. Fino said it. We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned on our travels.
この厳しくも素晴らしい世界のことを。
Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful, always.
あら大変。古篠さんは2人からの手紙だってハラハラしちゃって読めなかったのよ。
I love their mom. I love her, she's so funny. Oh no, are you a watcher that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much of as an envelope containing words of your adventures.
旅のお話なんて聞いたらどうなってしまうのかしら。
She's so funny. If I become a mom someday, I want to be a mom like her.
君たちにも度重なる非礼をお詫びせねばならない。
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well.
率直に言うと、アルヒノとアリゼイが危険を冒すのは暁のせいではないかと考えていた。
I assumed that it was a Sion's influence that made them so keen to change headlong into danger.
特に君のことは。
Yours in particular. They brought people in most of it.
多くの出会いを果たし、今ここに大勢が集っているのも君あっての結果なのだろう。
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today.
ならばどうかこれからも二人のことをよろしく頼む。
In which case, I hope you continue to guide them. Ah.
じゃあまずはこの場を動かさないとだな。みんな指示を待ってるみたいだぞ。
If we finish loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into actions? People are beginning to look confused.
ひとまず君から一声かけてはくれないか。君を慕ってきているものも多いだろうからね。
Perhaps you can spare a few words. Here they resumed the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here after all. I mean, we did save a lot of people. Ah.
ではこれより順次誘導をさせていただく。皆の尽力に感謝を。そして今しばらくご協力いただきたい。
Your assistance is appreciated. Now in an orderly fashion, if you please. Orderly fashion with Evelyn and Sicard might be scary. Yeah. I'm so glad their dad finally sees them for like how strong they've become and like how many people they brought together. Yeah. We finally managed to clear the arbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Eidolon may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge he holds, I suggest we leave without delay. If it transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risk, I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantide have preferred to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. When Tataru showed up, I couldn't. Oh, my Tataru. I don't want to be any... I don't want any of you getting hurt, but I do hope he'll bring as much information out of Eidolon as he can. For all we know, this is the one and only opportunity we'll get. See you, Tataru. Like, I feel like I should go to bed, but like, we're getting so close. I feel like it's getting so interesting now. Oh my gosh. You will want to speak to Clakinen. She has a key to the lift and can send you down after me. We're gonna go and speak to Mom. Let's try to find Medeo. Sorry. This way, if you please. Sorry, I'm getting too excited. I'm screaming text. Yeah. Don't mind the big wolf. Must be impressive. You seem really flustered. Impressed. Well, that's a ship. Ew. I'm sticking to my chair. Ow. I bid you welcome to Tomazane. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magic have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust to weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on the free capacity. Doesn't seem like we can put too many people in there though. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received words that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. That would be said. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Idolin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I've done what I can to impress upon you gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Yes. Hat. Oops. Can we go yet? Oh, my nose is itchy. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't mean to cough. To sneeze. Oh goodness, my nose was so itchy. Got so itchy all of a sudden. My goodness. Where are we going? Everyone came this way, but I'm confused. Oh, there. Okay, we found them. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. As the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one of the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between subplanes. We utilize this principle in constructing the Inta Tower, and once more here in Tomazine. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allows us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Idolin's ever-fainted echoes. The Ichthyoscope. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Ichthyoscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor are you safe, nor of your safety not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The ichthyoscopocular lens, by which we may peer into the arterial sea without facing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, if we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether, so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with one such pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remain here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstrip my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fushino has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Would you trust me in me to do so? You know everybody's soul more than everybody else. I mean, you brought us back from like the other world. From the first. I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no problem at all. And even if we did, I expect it would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You would understand. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the arterial sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one soul, or so we believe. Yet, what of those memories? You think to ask what become of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you for hatred or for love. Thus, I do caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Oh, dungeon. It's freaking 30. I think we'll be doing that next time. We did a lot of progress today, so I think we'll be closer to the end. Well, we're probably closer to the end now. Well, we're definitely closer to the end than we were. Let's see. Um. Alright, it's been a super long time since we rated Blinding, so I think that's what we're gonna do. They're playing State of Decay, so it's quite different to Final Fantasy. It's a zombie game, but hopefully some of you will enjoy the content. If you don't like it, feel free to leave the raid. I will not force you to watch something you don't want to look. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for all this time. Next time we'll do this dungeon and we will... Nice! It's pretty. I hope you're gonna be here to see me do the dungeon. We're probably gonna do it tomorrow. I'm not sure what time though. I usually stream at 10 p.m. Japan time, but lately I've been streaming later because I keep falling asleep before I stream. So we'll have to see. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with me and for listening to all of this story. And hopefully I didn't spoil the story for anybody. And yeah, we're gonna be reading Blinding. He's playing some zombie game, so if you feel like you don't want to see zombies, feel free to skip. I will not force anybody to watch. But thank you so much. I do appreciate you all so much. I'm gonna go get some sleep because it's 3:35 in the morning for me. But I will see you all tomorrow. And hopefully we can finish this story soon. I'm so excited. But I need to get some sleep if I'm going to take out my trash and do all that. So with that, let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you so much. And I will see you soon. Well, tomorrow, most likely. Bye. Thank you, Draka. Thank you, Spritty, Nato, and Vice. And okay, bye.
Gotta be an easier way to enlist people.